Welcome everyone. It's Friday and it's time for a stream. We're gonna be doing some music production again today. I really enjoyed last week's stream, the feedback stream. And before we get into the stream of today, I think I'll bring the feedback streams back. I just had a lot of fun doing it again last week, even though maybe my feedback stream skills were a little bit rusty, if you know what I mean. But I just had a lot of fun with it. So I've been thinking, and I think we're gonna bring it back. So that means I think I'm gonna do it on the same schedule as what I did earlier, which is every first Friday of the month, unless I just am super inspired and I want to work on music. That might just happen, but let's just say every first Friday of the month, we're gonna do feedback. How's that? It's just, yeah, I don't know. I had a lot of fun doing it, so I kind of forgot how much fun I found doing feedback streams. Sounds fun. Very cool. Okay, that's good. Like I'll just do it every first Friday of the month or something like that. Yeah, I think that would be cool to do. So yeah, I just want to make something from scratch today. I don't really have anything planned for today, so I'm just gonna do some sound design first. See if we can set a little bit of a mood, and then I do want to make some kind of a drop today because I'm always making intros and shit and making like pads and atmospheric stuff, but I want to do some more drop stuff. So see if we can make some cool basses. I'm gonna start with something for like a little bit of a build-ish kind of atmosphere, and then see if we can flow straight into a drop and see what we end up with. Okay. Let's do. We'll do that one. It's been a while since I had that one. Let's do that. You can't see the entire thing though. I still need to make a new template so that the top left part of millimeters is visible on this view of the stream, but it's not that big of a deal. You just don't get to see the spectrogram. Which is fine. You don't have to see the spectrogram, I guess. So, I guess we'll just start with some granular stuff with pigments. That's always fun and is always a good way to get something quick that sounds interesting. So we just have to find like a good sound to put into there. I do have a bunch of that might actually be pretty good to do. I have a bunch of like movie soundtrack kind of things that I just basically purchased over the years, just albums that I like. And I have a couple of ones as well in a folder, I think, that I either ripped from YouTube or where are they? Oh yeah, maybe we'll take one of these. That might be fun. I'll just take a random one, I guess. Well, you can see which it is. My cover is blown. But yeah, just a full track, just some kind of a full cinematic track. I have no clue what this one is, but let's see. Let's make it granular. See, that has a lot of different kind of tones in it that we can use for a pad. So, let's do this a little bit smaller. Let's do a little bit less of this because it's quite a long sample. So we can probably get away with like just a tiny bit of random start. A little bit more. Just so it's not like that. See? Go. Now I'm playing a C, so we're just gonna get the same pitch. Let's just do a different pitch. Let's play E. That's an interesting thing, but let's see what else we have. I have the entire album here, so let's try a different one. Let's see. I want one that has a good amount of that has drums. Maybe that's just really loud part, so there's probably a lot of bass there and shit. I want something with more. What's this? Just gonna grab something that looks maybe this. There's so many options, a lot of cool paths that we can make from stuff like this. I had one earlier that was really cool, but I didn't save the project. And I rebooted my PC, so I'm not sure which one it is. I'm trying to find it. One moment. Maybe it was one of the different albums from one of the earlier ones. Not sure. Where is it? That is nice. I like that there. Maybe we can make something with that. That's pretty cool. set up a macro so I have a little bit more control here. Sure, let's do something like that. It's to be E. At least in the bass. Sure. And okay, let's see. That is what, 16? Oh, that's actually really long. 64 bars. Let me make that 16. Let's do some quick kind of percussion thing. Let's see. I'll grab a contact. I'll just grab one of those patches from, what is that thing called? Rise and Hit, I believe. Right here. No. Action Strikes. And then the... I always forget which one is which from this. I think it's the instrument. It's not the hits. I think it's the instrument. And then that should have... yeah, just all those ones. And then I want one that is more higher. Sure, that'll do. Just something really subtle. Let's set the playback to half because we're at quite a quick tempo. Let's find a good one. Which one is this? Okay, that's the lowest one. That's more like 8 notes. I want to have that one. Let's grab... big. Let's see if we have a smaller one. Way too big. It's quite big, but also does kind of work. Actually, that one works really well. Let's do that. Let's do a low pass filter on it. Yo, Blacktronics, welcome. Sounds like you're getting a haircut. I'm not entirely sure if this is the same one as that I had earlier. It does sound similar with that thing in here, that when we open the filter up that you get that. But it also sounds not the same as the one that I had earlier today. But I forgot to save the project file, so I completely forgot which one it was. And it sounded really cool. And it really inspired me, so I'm not sure if it's this one though. I thought it was more somewhere around here in the track that I threw into Pigments and not around here. But this one works pretty well when it's low passed. And I know that the one that I found earlier was an E, so let's check real quick if this is indeed E. It's not. It is F sharp. Yeah, it sounds like it's F sharp. Yeah. See, if I take this out, we can clearly see that there's a peak there. And if I increase the level here, yeah, you can see that that peak simply increases in level, so it's actually an octave lower. See? Matches perfectly. So we just need to make this one -2, and then it's in the right pitch. So let's just start with this one. I'm actually going to take this off. Yeah, that's a good tone for a build-up, so like a pad that adds a nice amount of tension. So let's just have that in the intro. It's probably going to be a little longer than this, so let's go... how long of an intro are we going to do? So should we just do 32 to start off with? Not too long, so that we don't get too distracted and caught up making an intro. And we can automate this cutoff, so I'm probably going to automate it in the second half. Maybe a little bit in the first half, but not too much. And here we're just gonna let's make a kick real quick. Or just load up a kick. Should probably, well, we can make one, it's really easy to do. Let's start with that. Let's make a couple of notes in here. Oh yeah, of course. I need to set these to envelope, otherwise it's not going to work. just bring this one down. We also take this one off so that I can hear if we are in the right pitch. Sounds like it. Yeah. This one needs to be a lot quicker. It's a good starting point. I can always tweak it later. Okay, and let's add a macro knob to the attack here. Just a little bit. So we can have like a softer attack in the intro. I've been making a lot of snares in the past few days. Not sure if any of them are gonna fit in this type of a tune, but we can try. There's a lot of pretty big ones. But like maybe one more like that could fit. At least so we have a starting point. That's always better. You can always change it. This one is too much for the intro, I know that, but bear with me. I think these are all gonna be too big for what I have in mind. I'll just leave that one for now. Let's do some kind of a hat maybe coming in. Yeah, I want a different one here. Let's find maybe some kind of a, what should we do? Maybe a clap in the intro? That is better fitting though, so let's just use that for now. Yeah, that might be good. And this is the hat. And then on the kick we had that attack here, so let's see. Let's just do it like that so we can make sure that it is at 0. Yeah, like that. I guess we can just copy these for now. still looking for the other one. Wait, was it this one? Don't think so. No. Why didn't I fucking save the patch? We would have been well on the way then, by now. Well, whatever. Was it -2? That one has way too much drums. See if we can combine two together. Yeah, the thing is, if I find the one that I had earlier, you're immediately gonna know why I wanted to find it. So let's just find it. Because it was so good. It had like a tiny part in it that sounded so fucking cool. When I sort of like moved through it. And it would also fit really well with that pad that we already have. So... which one though? That does sound similar. But it's not the one I had. Could have been maybe here. I also kind of know what the waveform looked like, so that's not it. It's definitely not it. That's definitely not. That also not. Where is it? Come on. It was like in an area where there was like a little bit of silence like that. And then in front of it, there was a really cool, I don't know what it was. It was like almost a vocal kind of sound, but it worked so cool when I sweep through it. And it was, oh wait, is it that one? No. No, it's not. Well, there's one left, which is this one. I should have saved the patch. Note to self. But I went downstairs to eat. And I came back upstairs and was like, oh, let me restart Ableton and make sure that it's not glitched out or anything. And then when it of course asked me, do you want to save the project? I was like, no, there's nothing in here. And I clicked no. And as I clicked no, I was like, oh, wait. Oh, wait. That has a bit of vocal in it, but it's not that. It was more like, it almost sounded like a really interesting, weird, screamy kind of thing. I'm not gonna find it, I think. I would have sworn that it was from the last soundtrack. Was it? I think this is it. Right here. I think I found it. Let's put this one on here. I think I found it. That part right there. But you have to. We need even more fine control. So we need. Let's bring this down to like, I don't know, 0.3 or something. Then move this one up. Right around there, maybe. Could have that as a layer coming in. Let's just drop this here. And they're both in the same key now, so they should work. Let's see if we want to. We're probably going to take the bass from only one of them. Looks like, yeah, it's playing E there, so that's good. Okay, let's see. We need to automate this one. Might be a little better. Let me quickly check with a regular synth. That might be easier. Instead of that drone that has a bunch of movement in it. Let's just take a Serum real quick. So we're gonna work in the key of E. I've decided that. So let's just put an E note here. Sounds like the right key. That's definitely playing E. then the other one. Yeah, it's also E. Wait. I had the wrong one selected. Let's put an EQ on this one. Yes, that's also E. Okay. Come on, close down, because otherwise you're gonna glitch every time. I'm gonna move the track around, which I don't want. So let's do that, and let's use this filter right here. Oh, that one might be cool, actually. A little bit more of a more interesting rhythm. Which one was it? It's a little bit weird with the hat. So I might just... well, I mean, we can just sidechain it to the hat. It's always a solution if it's clashing with the head. Just choose the hi-hat. Problem solved. I don't like that snare thing at all, so I'm just gonna take it out. I probably should also bring everything down a bit so that we have a bit of gain staging. That is at 0, so let's just push that to like, I don't know, maybe 9. And then we can bring this group down. Let's do -10 or something like that, start from there. Do the same thing for this one. These are a little bit loud compared to the drums, so I think what would be good is to just bring them down a bit. This one, let's take out that lowest one, because we already kind of have it in this one. See? What should we do here? Are we in A minor now? Could be that we are actually now in A minor. I mean, it's easy to figure out. Let's just mute this one and let's just play on my MIDI controller and see which scale fits. Like, E fits, but that could also be the 5th. And that would be the 5th of A. And that also fits. See, so... question is, does B fit? B also. I think we're in E though. Because A is also in E minor. Yeah, E. Otherwise, F would also work. Let's see if F works. I mean, it also kind of works. By the way, is the chat broken? Why is there nothing in the chat? Can you guys say something in the chat? Let's see if it's gonna... Let me refresh the chat. Let's see what works. Refresh. Refresh. Okay. You're not working. That's weird. Because I didn't change anything. Okay, that's weird. Let's try one of the other views. Let's see. You guys need to say something, otherwise we cannot figure out if it works or not. Because this should be a different instance of the chat box. So this one works. Yo, that's weird. That's really odd. Why does the chat not work? And I really don't fancy setting that up right now. Need to make a new one. It's annoying though. Okay, I've put a new chat on the screen, so if it works now. Doesn't look like it does. That's so weird. Streamlabs broken? Really, really strange. Well, then I'll just give you that view. I'll just give you that view so you can see Ableton in its entirety. Fuck it. I'll just make sure to add the I mean, I'm not even sure if that one works. Change something in Streamlabs? Looks like it, because I can't find the one that I need. Oh, there we go. Center. There we go. Yeah, I know it's not really needed because YouTube has it anyway, but still, it's nice to have it on screen. But whatever. Now, at least if there's a donation, there should be an alert coming, popping up on screen, unless those are broken as well, which is maybe also a possibility. But yeah, we'll see. Like, now I'm kind of confused. It could be A minor, but then we're sort of like more based around the fifth, which is E. So in that case, it would be, where even is the donate button? In the description, there should be a link for Streamlabs. Yeah. So if we're E, but in the key of A minor, then that would be E Phrygian, I believe. It doesn't really matter. Both E minor and E Phrygian work. Makes it a little finer. Hear it a little bit better. I mean, at least that works. Just the chat is broken then, okay. Well, thanks for the €5.
Do not panic.
I won't. Thanks, mate. Yeah, weird. I'll check that after the stream. I'll check what's up with that. I'll have to go look in the Streamlabs Discord, see if there's something there. Maybe they're just having issues with the chat or something. That's always an option, of course. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter what we're gonna do with this. We can do both major or minor. Or major or minor. We can both do both minor and Phrygian. I think we're just gonna have an E note underneath it, honestly. Don't really need much more than that, I think. So maybe just having that on E. Yeah. little bit of a slower. A little bit of a slower sidechain. Okay, let's just go and see if we can make some kind of drop thing, and then we'll figure out the intro later. See how it fits. I'm thinking about what kind of a drop we're gonna do. Oh yeah, we need to add the same pitch envelope, of course. Otherwise it's not going to work properly. LFO1 on the course pitch of B. We just need to make sure it has the same amount, so let's just type that value. So let's just do, actually, let me do 25. So a little bit more than what I actually want. I'll just set up a macro to control the amount of it so that they're always going to be the same, and I can just play with this. So and then when we bring this one in, it's following the same pitch envelope. So these are gonna end a little bit earlier. So we're gonna end, I guess, 1 beat before the drop. It has a bunch of reverb on it, so it will ring out there as well. And we might do this, get like a complete silence there. Might be cool. Then we can fill it up with something else. Could even bring the reverb back there. It's a little weird maybe, but I'll just leave it in for now. So this one can automate this one a little bit as well towards the end there, so it gets a little bit bigger towards the end. Oh, that's the panning. We need to automate this one. That might actually be cool towards the end there, having it turn into that high-pitched one. Let's see how that... Actually, let's just take it all out there. We might have something in that gap there. Gender? Oh, that's probably for vocals. I'm like, what? Gender for patches? What is that gonna be? But it's, yeah, probably for vocals. There's nothing to say like I want short plucky sounds, right? In this browser, only by going to a type that is sort of like plucky. But there's a lot of different ones, so, well, whatever. want something a bit plucky, so let's try one of the bells patches. Maybe music box. What else is in here? Turn autoplay on. It might be a little bit easier. Strange keyboards? Oh, that's a lot. Let's see. It's just hugely out of tune. Section. Actually. Yeah. I was also like, yeah, it sounds kind of cool. Okay, let's Oh, that's really loud now. My bad. Let me turn that off. Yeah, I don't really like it though. It kind of works, but I want to see what else we have. I'm just gonna give it 5 stars. So. You know what? I'll leave it in for now. How is that thing made? Is it because it does have sort of like a rhythmic thing? It re-triggers every. So is it? Yeah, it's done with the ARP. Oh. How do you turn latch? How do you turn that into a double one like these ones? How do you do that? This one is also shorted. Like how do you do that? I've never used that. Oh, now that one is just where is the length? Shift? Ah, with shift. Oh. So if you hold shift, you can just do that. Oh, nice. Oh. Never knew that. Now we do. It's these ones, I think. Yeah. That might be better. Having that. There's some kind of a fundamental in it. Playing F sharp. But the note is E. Yeah. Strange. Let's do... See if we can get some... Yeah, I honestly don't really like it that much, so let's just get rid of it. For now, I'm gonna leave it in, but I'm muting it, so... Let's go to here. When's your next track submission? I said that at the start of the stream. I'm gonna be doing the feedback streams on the first Friday of the month. So every first Friday of the month, I will try and do a feedback stream. So the next one is gonna be on... Is that December the 2nd? It's gonna be the next one. 3 weeks. So you got 3 weeks to work on a tune, and then on the December the 2nd, we will do another feedback stream. And then the next one, is that New Year's Eve? 2? Oh, no. It's not. The next one would then be on the 6th of November. Drinking New Year's Eve stream. I'm kind of looking what I'm gonna buy. I think I'll order some more Strong Zeros like last year because they were pretty good. I got pretty wasted from them, so they were pretty tasty. And I saw that they had a bunch of new flavors that they didn't have last year, so I'm kind of tempted to try those, if you get what I mean. And I'm also not really fancying buying a Japanese whiskey of like €100, unless my local store gets like a new supply. I mean, I guess I can order online as well. It doesn't really matter. But I saw the Strong Zero flavors. I was like, I could try those. Those were good last year, so let's see if I can order a couple. These are going to be big, but we can always tighten them up a little bit. Oh yeah, let me also set up a sidechain real quick for that one. So this is now an E. So I really don't think that that intro is in E. It sounds like an E, but I think it's more A minor. But we're just using E as the root, which means E Phrygian. Because when I have this on 0, then the snare, this snare with the resonance of it as well, is hitting in B. And it just, I don't know, it sounds a little off. Well, that fits way better. So, let's just start off with that then. But what kind of a drop are we gonna do? Okay, maybe. Let's get rid of that noise. Kind of feeling that as a, so like the main bass coming in at the first part of the drop, so like that rhythm. Then we need to make the intro so like fit that, but that'll be later. And then we need obviously stuff in between, or not everywhere, but that one is, what is that connected to? The noise, let's remove that. So I'm gonna try something. Let's assign you to here. let's make it longer. It also comes in on this one, which is a bit annoying. We can probably do it in 2 patches. Might also work. Or I can assign this to there, and then do unipolar and bring it down. We can bring it in when we need it. Wait, I have a drum rack here. I can just put them in there. Some more hats. Pretty small one. We don't need something that big. Yo. That could work. quickly trying to make some drums that sound a little bit better. Bit of a ghost snare kind of. Let's name that ghost snare. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're clipping on this group quite a lot. Which makes sense because we have a lot of stuff getting layered on top of each other here. We might want to do some sidechain on these layers here to kind of duck them away when the kick hits. Because the kick is getting a bit quiet because of that. Or might just use a Pro L. Let's just smack that on it. Let that take care of it for now. Basically just letting it clip. That's good. Just a little bit, not too much. I don't want to take it out completely. That one kind of works in the mix. I just threw it in, but it kind of works. So there's no low end. So let's just leave it like that. Could try maybe doing a little bit of sidechain on that one as well. That way the kick is a little cleaner. But might be too much. Let's listen to. Let's go in here and let's set this to beats. This could be weird. Yeah, that's weird. Let's try that one. Ooh, that's kind of cool. What if we do that? Kind of like that weird, sort of like offbeat. Well, no, it's not offbeat. It's kind of, what is it? Weird position for the kick, like a 16th note earlier than the offbeat. It's kind of a nice. We could maybe. Yeah, let's try that. Let's copy this. Now what kind of a drop are we gonna do? Let's think. Because I don't like this one. I mean, it could work, but something better. Oh, sorry, the bamboo one is a little bit was timed wrong. This might be really weird. I'm probably gonna take a good amount of these out actually in the intro. Maybe we'll do like some other kind of percussion thing, like more of like a break or something, like building up. Drums. See if we have some breaks. I think I have these in racks as well. That might be better. Yeah, I do. I've used Reason in the past, yeah. But that was before it even had like VST support. Kind of like that break. Kind of like that break. Let's see. It has a different pattern, but it's fine. Because it's in racks, I can just say slice to new MIDI. and we can change the pattern really easily. So we can just say, let's first make sure, why is this? Oh, that's weird. It has cut the first transient off for some reason. The person who made this break did not slice it correctly. See, there's two ones there. That's not supposed to be there. There should only be one. But whatever, doesn't matter. Let's just make sure that they are hitting on the 16s. So all we have to do is bring that one there, and we could maybe bring that one there. Ah, that's... just magically is also in the key of E. That's good. Let's just extend it like that for now. I don't like that, so let's see if we can... That's better. Even though... Oh wait, here, I still have it like that. Let's move that down there. So then this one, I mean, we can just take it out. That does sound a little weird, so move that one there. I mean, that kind of works. Yeah, that works, having that. And then we can filter this one. So we can say... Probably not going to need it in drop, honestly. It's only going to be for the intro, maybe. I'm not even sure if I want to filter it in the intro, honestly. I'm like, it kind of sounds good without the filter. Even tempted to use the break as like the main snare as well in the drop. Just process it to sound a bit bigger, maybe. Because I do like the, how do you say it? So like that ghost snare and that little roll at the end there. It's like, it already has a pretty sort of like rolling kind of vibe. So if we just take that down to here, and then we might just add like a little extra transient to the snare just to make it a little bit bigger in the drop. But if I now take this out, so we're just gonna have the same drums continuing, otherwise it's gonna be completely different drums again. Which is probably gonna be a little weird, but this one sounds kinda good, so just layer a synthesized kick under it. We might not even need the kick in this break. We might just be able to, I mean, I could just high pass only the kick so that we have just a head that's layered on that kick, because there is a head layered on top of it. So if I just put an EQ on that, and just give that a bit more high pass. Sounds a little bit weird on its own, but we have that kick there as well, so might just be able to get away with it. A little bit better so that we don't get too much of that double snare hitting right here, because it is two snares right after each other. So let's just to have a little bit there so it's not completely empty, that one little part. It's a shame that there's no like, it's a really short break sample, there's no like extra parts to it, so we only have a couple of hits from this break. Ooh, that rolls. Maybe also work actually. I think I like that one. I need to piss. I need to piss. I don't have that much of a thing yet, so I'll grab some other music for you real quick. What should we do? Streamer music. Lo-fi jazz? Sure. I'll give you lo-fi jazz for now. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna take a short break, go and take a piss and grab myself a new drink, and then I'll be back right after that. Give me like 2 minutes. See you in just a bit. The fuck's this music? No drums at all. I went downstairs, there was no drums. I come back upstairs and there's still no drums. Except for a couple of hi-hats. Where's the lo-fi beat? This had like a lo-fi beat. It would sound so. Oh, that's not much. I thought there was gonna be some nice lo-fi beats, but it was more like a piano. Let me. Okay, we're back. I don't know what lo-fi means anymore. I mean, to me, lo-fi is just, you know, bit chill, jazzy kind of chords with hip-hop beats, basically. And then make the hip-hop beats sound a little bit lo-fi. That's the whole fucking point of lo-fi, right? Just make everything sound really crunchy and vintage and ton of noise and vinyl crackle. I saw the title of that stream of that. It's basically on YouTube. If you type in streamer music on YouTube, there's like a ton of like really long uploads with like a ton of music that you can just play without getting copyright claims. And it said lo-fi in the title, so I was like, ah, that's gonna be lo-fi. Well, it kind of was lo-fi, but more like lo-fi piano. Minus the actual lo-fi beats. So, let's see. Lo-fi more in the sense of opposite of hi-fi. Exactly, I think that's what they meant with the title. Good chance. Have this one slightly different, so we need to do that right here where we can hear it. So it needs to close down a little bit earlier, so let's do maybe that. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit better. Something like this. I think I'm actually gonna take this out. Let's just do that. Oh, no. Turn that one off. Yeah, that's giving me good vibes. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. We just need to have a little bit more high end in the drop when everything else cuts out, so we can. Let's get rid of that one, and let's see if we can use one of these. So let's just. That might work. Okay, with that break, I don't really like these tambourines, so let's just get rid of these and let's see which other ones I have, because I have a bunch other ones as well. And might want to go for these, which are like these I processed from the Think Break. They sound a little bit different. But they come from the Think Break. I just did some not entirely sure what I did on it. I think I added Sooth on it and some kind of something that made it, yeah, I think Sooth. I made them a little bit more so like noisy. But they sound really nice. And I think with a little bit of work, these might sound better in the mix. So let me make one there. That one is a little bit late. That one is kind of late as well. So let's adjust that one a little bit. Do that. Maybe I'm going to use the beats mode to kind of make them a little bit shorter. I'm just sort of like looking where it place the marker so that they're a little bit on the right spot, and then just do beats. And then we can make them a bit tighter. Okay, let's go to the break. And let's chuck Pro Q on it. Other way around. So by doing this, I'm basically tightening up the fundamental in the snare. It just basically becomes a little bit tighter, because what it's doing, it's kind of, we're basically telling this, yo, I want that frequency to be quieter, right? So we're bringing it down initially, and then we're using the dynamic EQ to bring it back up and kind of boost a little bit. But what happens is that every time the snare hits, this frequency comes in, this one is just shooting up to here, and then it goes straight back down. So it kind of tightens up that frequency. And we can go pretty extreme, and you will be able to hear what I mean. So if we do something like this, and then see how that makes the fundamental really short compared to this. This is a little bit too much, of course, but just to demonstrate. It's a really good way if you have like an audio break, for instance, and you don't have control over all the individual like hits and all the individual, even like the layers of the hits, and you don't want to like completely split them up into like separate tracks and shit. You can just do it like that. Basically use dynamic EQ. And just tighten that one up a little bit. And dynamic EQ in general is pretty cool because you can also like give it a little area somewhere where you just emphasize it a little bit. So every time see, that's for instance where the snare sits, so we can not sure if I like it though, but This one I might actually just do like that. And just limit it again so that it kind of cuts that boost off that we did, because we boosted the transient of that snare drum. So by doing this, it just kind of cuts it off again and make sure we're not clipping. And it's not really much of a difference. It's a tiny difference, but it's very subtle, so it doesn't really matter. And then I think I might want to do a bit of sidechain to the kick, because this one has a kick in it. Even though we high-passed it, it's still gonna layer on the kick, and I think I want to have the kick in this tune pretty clean, like a really digital kind of kick, and let the rest sort of like be more of the break. Don't think I want to take it out completely, but just a little bit. I mean, we can try doing it quite harsh like that, but see how much cleaner that kick is right away. So that's maybe a bit much, so let's just back that off a little. So subtle, doesn't matter. Let's just keep it in. So, what kind of a drop is gonna fit after that intro? Let's think. Even though the intro is probably still too empty, but we have a good amount of sort of like atmosphere, and it's kind of building up already, so actually, I think I'll leave the sidechain off. Maybe I'll leave the sidechain off in the intro and have it in the drop. That could also work. Because I don't like that. See here how that... Because the kick drum has no transient in the intro, so obviously it would not make sense to have it sidechain to the transient, because there is no transient in the kick. So we can leave it like that here. It might also be cool to have it layered, because then the kick of that break layers with our kick, giving it a little bit of texture. Even though it's very subtle, it does layer well, so... It actually layers pretty good. Let me just get rid of these two, because we're not going to use them. Did I copy this track? I did. Oh, weird. These don't have to be that loud, because that break is the main focal point. And now we just need to build a bass line around that break. Think. kind of hearing a pattern that goes like that. Maybe even hitting on that kick, so you get like a weird... Let's see if that works. Actually, let me just do this. So that we're just gonna loop this, and I think what this track has to be, I think this has to be like a full-on roller track where the bass is literally just staying on one pitch. It's just more of like a subby kind of thing, not too much mids, and then we'll let like other elements coming in on top of it to kind of fill it up. But really have like a kind of like a rolling kind of tune. I think that would be good. So for this we could take out the fundamental maybe, so that we can add some detuning. And we'll make it mono. And then make sure this re-triggers. Wait. What is this one? It sounds so fucking shit. Okay, sidechain. That's what we need first. I'm actually just gonna unsync this one. Oh, we don't have an input on this one, so I'm just gonna add MIDI clip here and just do, well, I can make it shorter. Just do that. That automatically that will have a sidechain as well. And then I can just add a sidechain here to the kick. And let's do the snare as well. Now we need to have sort of like a low kind of groove on this one, but I'm not entirely liking what that's doing, so... Sure why it's... Wait, that's probably why. Let's bring that up. Bring that up. Wait, why are you not giving me a new position? Is that because of this? Let's bring that up a little. Maybe not all the way, but just a bit. we can... Why are you not changing? Maybe if we make the notes shorter, so that there's a little gap in between them, so it can retrigger itself. Because normally if you do this and then have this one all the way up and then use this one, it changes the position, but it's not doing that. Ah, there we go. Whatever. Apparently if it has the sub oscillator on it for the FM, it doesn't update. Let me make a note of that and send it to Steve, because that probably is not the intended way of how it's supposed to work. I'll just quickly make a note so I don't forget. Steve Duda contact. And what is it? When FM from sub is on, phase memory, or let's do unison phase memory. Unison phase memory does not update on retrigger. Save. I'll send that to Steve because he will probably immediately fix that when he. I had it a while ago as well. There was something else in Serum, and I forgot what it was. There was something else in Serum which wasn't working properly, and I sent it to Steve, and he basically sent me a message back. He was like, "Whoa, how did I never see that? Like, in all the time Serum has been released," and he fixed it in like an hour or something. So I'll send that to him, because I don't think that's supposed to happen. Let's see if it happens again. See? It's stuck when the FM from sub is on. It's supposed to sort of like every time it plays, pick a new position for the phase. Like that, and then you can put that up and lock it in a place where you like it. On this one, it's not that clear because there's no processing on it, but it does make a difference on, especially on like bigger patches with a lot of distortion and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll send it to him, see if he can update it. See, this is always good to do. Just play this by itself, and then turn your master to mono, and then you can hear a lot better the difference. Well, not necessarily. If we add some distortion, you probably can. Let's turn the sidechain off for now. Oh, I moved Serum too high up. See? That's what I mean. It's super helpful to find a good position where the bass sounds interesting. Like for instance that one. You can clearly hear that movement in it. Whereas that you also hear the movement, but it's clearly out of phase in the low end, right? So you get like the low mids are kind of disappearing in mono because they're out of phase. So you want to find a position where you kind of have the low mids in mono, and it's fine if the high end sort of like phases out a little bit and cancels a little bit. That's fine. But you definitely want to have the low mids in there because it's going to be your bass sound, right? So that could work, but it's a bit. Whoa, that one sounds really weird. Like let's just low pass this. Yeah, that might be a bit weird. But you want to find a good one, so like, I don't even think we need the distortion on it, but does kind of help to find a good sounding one. Come on. Give us a good one. Actually, that one is kind of cool. Let's bring the distortion off. Let's leave it on. Oh, that one is turned off. Fucking hell. I'm like, why do I don't hear something from that? But there we go. Now the question is, how does this one sound in stereo? Pretty similar. So that's good. Let's see. Turn these back on. Let's do a little mid-side so that we can clean the sides up a little. We just have a little bit of width, not in the sub, which shouldn't be there because we removed the sub from the fundamental, but or we removed the fundamental from the one that has the detuning, but for some reason the sub is still there. See? I'm not sure why, but probably the the distortion or something, the saturation. Maybe this distortion as well. It's probably that creating some extra harmonics, which... That harmonic is kind of nice. We only have 15 dB of gain here, but maybe if we do that with a Pro Q, we have more. So I think it's that one. Yeah, it is that one. We could even automate this one to come in over time. Kind of boost that harmonic. Yeah, I think the bot is broken from Streamlabs as well, because I tried it at the start of the stream and it would not do it. Let me check. Streamlabs dashboard. Bot should be on. So, yo, why is the bot off? Well, that's why it didn't work. Now it should work. Wait, maybe that was why the chat didn't work. No, wait, the chat should work without the bot. Bot is tired. Yeah. Let's see if it works now. Does the bot now work? I think Streamlabs is just having a... Oh no, it does work now. So there you go. Still weird that the chat doesn't work. Now I'm curious though. Let's put a chat box on there and see if the chat box works now. That would be so weird if the chat box now works. So odd. I did not change the settings of the bot, so I'm not sure why it turned itself off. Now I know why last time it was. Oh, it was a little while ago as well. It just turned itself off for some reason. No, the chat is still not working. So I'm not sure what's up with the chat box, but I'll figure that out after the stream. Probably not on my end, because everything is exactly the same as how it always is set up, so... Weird. work. Still sounds a bit weird. Let's duplicate this one for now, so that we don't lose the one that we have. And then I'm gonna go back in here, and we're gonna go mess with that random phase again. And we need to do it while we listen to it in combination with the drums, so that we can hear when it sounds cool. Also this one. We could maybe also try making it in a different way, but... Oh wait, maybe that one actually works. Okay, now we need to think. Which one sounds better, by the way? I still think this one sounds a little better. But, let's think about how we're gonna fill this up, because obviously it's gonna need more than that. We're losing a lot of width in the intro as well, I noticed, so we might have to do a little bit of mid-side EQ on those drones, because they're quite wide. Like, they're made from, like, what is it, some kind of a soundtrack thing, so that's usually stuff that has a lot of width, and because it's also not really ever played in mono, you can kind of get away with it, right? So we are gonna make a drum bass track though, so we need to make sure that there's a strong mono in the intro as well. But we can always thicken it up a bit with it, like a synth pad or something. Don't like how that bass sits yet. I think we need a bit of a gap somewhere in the bass so that it's not continuously going. It's just a little tiny gap, not too long, but And we need some kind of a vocal sample in front of the drop to give us an idea of how that's going to sound when there is a vocal there, because we're definitely lacking something there. Vocal. Does anybody have a good quote? A good vocal quote that we can use? Or should I... Oh wait, I think I have a whole folder with things that I ripped from YouTube. Vocals, vintage films. Which one are we going to use? Drug addiction? LSD insight or insanity? Narcotics pit of despair? Drugs in the nervous system? Focus on LSD? Which one are we going to use? LSD 25? Narcotics, a challenge to youth. These are all those old 1950s, 1960s, 70s drug scare movies, which are absolutely gold for vocal samples. Phase of an Addict, Post-Mortem, The Perfect Crime, Driver Education Film. Post-Mortem of The Perfect Crime. The Perfect Crime is actually, I watched that one in its entirety on YouTube. It's so fucking hilarious. It's basically a driver safety movie, and it's literally, I mean, I can look it up. You're gonna laugh your ass off. What is it called? The Perfect Crime. And it is from 1955. It's literally just the weirdest driver safety movie you've ever seen. Like, back in the day, they made the weirdest shit. It's just like... Those would fit the vibe since kinda dark. Yeah, they're all kinda fucking dark. Honestly, all those movies from back then, they were fucking weird. Like those drug scare movies as well. When you watch them, you're actually gonna think like, dude, either they're like super over the top and they're like really crazy, like pushing it as if drugs is like the fucking, well, Satan itself. And then otherwise you have those ones where you're gonna watch them and then you're like, dude, this only wants to make me wanna use drugs. But this one as well. This is a driver safety movie. Look how it starts. It starts with a robbery. You're like, what?
About 3 cents to go. How about some licorice?
I don't like liquor. How much is that?
Drug is instant death. Yeah, exactly. That's what they sometimes look like.
I'll be with you in just a minute, sir. Yeah, now that's 5.
Stand where you are. Okay, Pop. Put your hands in the cash register.
They're so bad.
Come on, Pop. Let's have the money.
See if we can find a vocal.
It's only $14. It's a little change.
You're like, how is this a driver safety movie? How is that a driver's education movie? They made the weirdest ones back in the day. There's so many of these as well.
Help! Police! Murder! Help!
Paper, read all about it. Gunman kills woman and child for $14.
Murder in cold blood. A crime that makes headlines, brings public indignation, and that means action.
But those vocals, those voiceover vocals, are perfect for vocals. And all of those old movies have like these types of voiceovers. So this channel, you can't see the name, but let me do that. Periscope Film. They have so many uploads. Look, if you go to videos, and let's have a little look. Oh, I made it too big again. Let me just drop that like that. So 2 hours ago, 2 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 23 hours ago. So these 5 are all posted today. They literally post like 5, 6, 7 a day. And it's so many different topics. It's like all kinds of stuff. Crusade in the Pacific. Adventures in Mexico and Central America. Like, it's all kinds of stuff from back in the day. They're basically just preserving all those movies. And you can, I think these are also for sale for like if you make like they're basically a stock movie company, and like if you do documentary stuff, you can purchase these from them and like without the watermarks and shit, and use them in your documentaries. But there's like all kinds of war movies and all kinds of weird things. The Haunted Mouth? What's that? A dental association educational film? Okay. Rat Attack. Oh wow. Rat Attack? That sounds interesting.
We gotta do something about those lousy rats.
These dumb kids. So they're gonna get rid of rats. Oh, I've seen it too many times before. They'll get all uptight.
Those are actually pretty cool.
Big plans.
I'm just gonna download this one real quick because I might be able to use that. Just download it in Wave so I can throw it into whatever I want. There's so many weird ones on here. You'll just scroll through here and find like something to use. Okay, let's not play that one on stream. That might not be smart. Rat Attack.
Even work for a while,
Does this one have good voiceover too?
but it'll never last. These kids are gonna find out. Emanate food. Leave things uncovered on the table. Wait. Sure.
That one doesn't have voiceover, but well, it has a more like a regular, just a voice from that guy. But let's go back to the where was it? Perfect Crime. This one has a ton, I think.
For when public indignation demands it, the killer is caught.
See that? The killer is caught.
Not a
Also be
pleasant
one.
story, but at least there's justice in it. But let's take another crime. This time, a perfect crime.
Should we use this one? The Perfect Crime. The Perfect Crime.
See, that leaves us about 3 cents to go. I'll be with you in just a minute, sir.
Where's the voiceover part here? No.
But let's take a
Ah, there we go. Somewhere around here.
murder in cold blood.
Let's start from there.
Murder in cold blood.
There's a little bit of that guy's voice still behind it, so that's a little
Murder. Murder. Murder.
right.
Murder in cold blood.
So this part kind of works,
Cold blood.
but this section here, there's a little part of that guy still in the background from the actual video itself, not the voiceover,
Murder.
which we could potentially take out with iStope RX.
Murder.
It's only that first part, so
Murder.
even if we,
Murder.
that kind of works.
Murder in cold blood.
So that could be one. You can literally take this part out as well.
Murder. Cold blood.
Oh no.
In cold blood. In cold blood. Murder in cold blood.
So it's a little bit of a not the best one here because of those extra bits. I always try to get it as clean as possible out of it, or at least just the voice and not have any other voices in it, because that always gives you like issues trying to remove them. And you need to cut into it, and you get like these parts of silence which might not really sound nice. So it's usually nicer if you can find one that just is like a clear line without extra sort of like voices in the background. And I know that there's a ton of them in this because I watched the entire video a while ago when I found that channel and I was looking through it. I found this one. I was just watching it, and I think after like a couple of minutes I was just completely zoned out. I was completely invested. It's so cool. I need to piss, man. Again. Let's grab some. Oh, let's just do it here. Which one should we grab? Sure. I'll be back just a little bit because I'm gonna have to take a leak. I'm gonna make it otherwise until the end of the stream. I'll be back in just a little bit. And we're back. Yo, later, Mr. Pyro. Have a good night. Actually, I don't know what time it is where you are, so I say have a good night, but maybe it's early in the morning for you. Let's see if we can find something good.
Murder in cold blood. A crime that makes headlines, brings public indignation, and that public indignation. And that means action.
And that means trouble. If we can find the word trouble in here somewhere, that would be sick. And that means trouble. That could be cool. I'm just gonna leave that there because...
And that means action.
Maybe, if we can find something.
Action.
Like, I do have a feeling that the word trouble might be somewhere in here. Because, well, it's about driver's safety and people screwing up. So, and what not to do. So there might be a part in there that says that word. Or maybe we'll find something else that fits after it, but...
Murder.
And that means murder?
Action.
Let's see. I mean, action kind of works too, but...
For when public indignation demands it, the killer is caught. Not a pleasant story, but at least there's justice in it. But let's take another crime. This time, a perfect crime.
Right there, the voice starts again, I think.
An accident? It was murder. But in this case, a perfect crime, because the public is not aroused.
There's so many possible vocals in these videos.
The public takes this for granted. This is something that happens every day. That's what makes this the perfect crime. The killer won't be caught because nobody demands he be caught. Nobody seems to care who's guilty. How about you? Would you take time to investigate, to look at the evidence? How about you? How about you?
The public takes murder for granted.
Would you take time to investigate, to look at the evidence? Here it is, evidence of murder. The weapon, speed.
What? This could be cool.
Here it is, evidence of murder. The weapon, speed.
The weapon speed, that's kind of cool.
The killer, possibly you.
What? Okay, let's just leave that in there.
Well, not in every case. Most...
I should probably give it a different color so that we can find it back.
Well, not in every case. Most murders you can't prevent. Not as long as everybody has so handy a weapon. But what about this weapon called speed? What makes it so deadly? Obviously, too much of it. But what determines how much is too much? What determines how much is too much?
That's kind of cool as well.
Many things. Take a stretch of road. Speed limit, 55 miles per hour. Of course, it could be anything. 25, 35. But since this is a pretty good stretch of road, let's say it's 55. This good citizen is doing 85. That may or may not be a deadly speed. But because 85 is faster than 55, at least it's illegal. But figures are tricky. This weapon called speed can change. Safe speed here, 55. Add a little rain, and 55 miles an hour can kill. The limit of safety drops to 45. The limit of safety drops. To 45, or perhaps 25. So it's possible to obey the law, observe the speed limit, avoid getting arrested, but still commit murder.
These movies, man.
Avoid getting arrested, but still commit murder.
That's also a cool part, like...
But you've got no part in this crime. You can blame that one on the weather. Safe speed? Maybe. Until the sun goes down. Then what? Then the reach of a pair of headlights governs the deadliness of speed. The deadliness of speed.
So many good options.
The safe speed limit of 6 hours ago can now limit the length of human lives.
One petition to progressively have the vocals make less sense throughout the track by replacing more and more words with murder. I mean,
The safe speed limit
We
of
could.
6 hours ago can now limit the length of human lives.
so many good ones in here, though.
But this is no fault of yours. No one blames you because it gets dark at night. Another case.
You better let me take that tire off over there and check it for you.
No, it's okay.
Law-abiding citizen. A man who observes posted speed limits faithfully. But posted speeds are for cars that can be guided and controlled. Zero be guided and controlled.
Oh.
Zero is the only safe speed for the car that suddenly runs wild. Wild. For the car that suddenly runs wild. Runs wild. But you had no part in this. It's not your place to check everybody's tires. Many things can turn speed into a lethal weapon. To a lethal weapon. Lethal weapon. A lethal weapon. A lethal weapon. A lethal
With a car that suddenly murders.
Among others, alcohol. A liquid that posts its own speed limit.
Oh, we're gonna talk about alcohol. That might be interesting.
After a few drinks, any speed in excess of zero can kill. Can kill. But here again, you're not guilty. You're not to blame if the deceased had a few drinks. In cases like these, you're clear. You're not guilty. You've got no control over killings due to the weather. You've got no control. You've got no control over killings due to the weather, to the time of day, to unsafe automobiles, or to those drivers who can't even be forced to use their heads. Forced to use. So where do you come in? So where do you come in? How do you use this versatile weapon called speed to commit the perfect crime? Here's how.
Huh.
Time of day, 2 p.m. Weather conditions, good. Visibility, good. Condition of automobile, excellent. Driver condition, sober. Speed, under the legal limit. Murder, and a perfect crime. Murder.
I think we already have like 3 or 4 of the same word murder.
And a perfect crime. It's impossible to prove you guilty. Nobody will blame you for too sharp a turn, too narrow a slab, too soft a shoulder, too dead. They may blame the road, the bad road that turns safe speed into a lethal weapon. But the crime is yours.
Ooh, but the crime is yours. It's kind of cool.
Because a bad road is your responsibility. It's your fault. A road.
Let's keep that.
A road that kills does so because you let it be used. That kills does so because you let it be used. And maybe that's because you don't recognize a bad road for what it is. Oh, you can tell this one's not safe. Still, you're driving on it. And not complaining even when you can see it's designed for death. But take this one. Designed for death. See, it's designed for death. See, it's designed for death. Complaining even when you can see it's designed for death.
Be
But take this one, a pretty good highway, till a train makes it a dead end for a while. But as you say, this isn't too dangerous. Most people pay attention to the crossing and merely lose time. Only a few lose lives. And this has been a problem ever since the highways started crossing paths with the railroads.
why the fuck would a highway cross path with a railroad? That is dumb.
An old solution was the invention called the narrow underpass.
That's literally so stupid. Why would you make a fucking highway cross a railroad?
An old solution was the invention called the narrow underpass.
Yeah, that's
where
way
you don't
better.
have to wait for the trains anymore.
Maybe not make it narrow.
An old solution was the invention called the narrow underpass, where you don't have to wait for the trains anymore. But you wait. And as you say, highways sometimes have to cross each other. It's regrettable, of course, that crossing this way condemns so many to die.
What?
Condemns so many to die.
Ooh. That last die is really...
Condemns so many to die.
That could actually be nice.
And this, too, will kill you. And this, too, will kill you.
Like, the background music I'm not too concerned about.
You or somebody else. Narrow bridge. Miles and miles of good road can turn bad because of this deadly bottleneck.
It's a gold mine, exactly. And this is just one of those videos. Like, you pick another random one and you're gonna have just as much vocals from it. It's like ridiculous. I found that channel and I was like, dude, that's just insane. Like, I don't even know how many videos they have. Should I check? Social Blade? Kind of curious now how many uploads they have. Because it's a lot. Periscope. They've got 7,000 uploads. Holy shit. 7,000 uploads. Little over 7,000. That's nuts. That's really nuts. So yeah, they post 2, 3, 4, 5 a day. Somewhere in between that, but holy shit, 7,000 videos. Centipede is a murder? Where did you hear centipede?
The graceful S-turn, particularly beautiful in the spring, the view marred only occasionally by the broken bodies of those who thought it was a good, safe road. By the broken bodies of... Not much to complain about here. At first glance, and
What? Where was that?
you or somebody else. Narrow bridge. Miles and miles of good road can turn bad because of this deadly bottleneck. And as you say, highways...
Oh, different documentary. Ah.
The graceful S-turn, particularly beautiful in the... Not much to complain about here. At first glance, an excellent highway. And as you say, very few cars are wrecked here. Very few cars, but several children.
Ah.
A road that forces heavy traffic into congested areas is a bad road. But all roads aren't bad, and good ones like this have a record to prove they're worth the money.
Yeah, that knife body tune. I think that's from a movie or a clip from a nature documentary, and I believe it's Centipede versus Tarantula or something like that. It's one of those old either National Geographic or BBC movies, and I think it was one of those. It's like it's this documentary of like predators that attack each other, basically. And they have like a ton of clips on YouTube of like scorpion versus snake, just to name a few. Centipede versus tarantula, and there's like a couple of ones on that, and I think it's from one of those, if I remember correctly.
But do you know what can make this a bad road? Not over the years, but in minutes. Too much traffic. More cars than the road was designed to handle makes a bad road. So maybe the big superhighways alone can't solve our... They've got to be backed up by a whole network of good roads. Not only expressways and throughways, but also wide two-laners with good shoulders. Underpasses and bridges that fit the roads. Straight roads, wide, gentle curves, properly marked. Highways that bypass town. Enough of these roads of all kinds to distribute traffic so none of them are overcrowded. Unfortunately, it's only a dream. For good roads...
That's also pretty good.
Unfortunately, it's only a dream. For good roads remain too few and far between. Why? Well, it seems that you aren't interested in having them. And it's only natural.
Yeah, Americans.
Why worry about roads that kill when the victims are just names, statistics, when nobody can accuse you of anything worse than simply refusing to prevent these murders, these perfect crimes. And it's not just murder alone. There's highway robbery, too. For every bad or inadequate road robs every motorist of cold, hard cash. And in many ways, you and everyone else pay for bad roads. And you pay more for bad roads than it would cost you to have good ones. Take lost time. It's hard to figure that in dollars and cents. Figure out the time you lose because of bad roads in just 1 month. Figure it at the minimum. Multiply that by the number of motorists. Total will stagger an astronomer. And more concretely, the money you pay for gasoline that you wouldn't burn on good, well-planned roads adds up. And of course, the insurance, not to mention repairs. New parts.
Not sure if we're gonna get much more.
$9 million are paid each day.
It's all about
Insurance
like
companies don't pay.
the solutions and shit that they think.
You do when you pay your premiums. Highway robbery, highway murder, serious crimes, but not...
It's funny that you pay for good roads and bad roads. Thanks, Texas. Yeah.
not serious enough to arouse you. Not bad enough to make you call a halt. The fact is that it's easier to look the other way. Decent people don't like the sight of blood. Decent people don't like the sight of blood.
There's so many good vocals in here.
Not bad enough to make you call a halt, but not serious enough to arouse you. Decent people don't like the sight of blood. Besides, it's too much trouble to demand more and better roads. Besides, it's too much trouble.
Ends a little bit weird there, but maybe we can fix that if we want to use it.
Too much trouble to spend a little time saving money and lives. But if you spend a fraction of the time and trouble that bad roads now cost you, fraction of the time and trouble.
Hey, trouble. Didn't I say if we find the word trouble?
But if you spend a fraction of the time and trouble that
We've got trouble here, and we've got trouble here.
trouble,
I told you. The chance that word was going to be in here was going to be big.
bad roads now cost you, demanding better roads, you could stop this murder and highway robbery. How could you go about it? You could learn to recognize bad roads and look for them. Become road conscious. You could write your state representative and demand that something be done about the bad roads you know about. Letters from just a few people. Say the people who live in your block. You could write to newspapers and insist they stir up interest. Keep it stirred up. It's not only your right, it's your duty. You could vote yes instead of no on the bond issues that will bring better roads. You could urge others to vote yes. You could support instead of fight.
Become a professional road critic today.
You could support instead of fight gasoline tax increases that
Instead of fight.
Gasoline tax increases that pay for better roads. You could protest against diverting highway funds for other purposes. You could join the Good Roads Association in your state.
The Good Road Association, what?
They don't have one? Help to organize it. You could recognize that a Good Roads program will snowball. The better some roads become, the worse the others appear. And the more the public will insist on improvement. And you could realize that the plans have already been laid.
You're dying,
The
yeah.
highway engineers are ready to go, just waiting for that word from you. But you won't give that word. It's too much trouble.
One more.
And you don't quite care. Well, good road projects are going on, but not enough of them. Not enough to keep up with the traffic rate or the death rate. And from your standpoint, a source of irritation, grounds for complaint. Detour. It'll slow you down. It's a nuisance. You won't realize that the minute you lose now will save you hours in the future. You won't realize that some inconvenience now will keep people alive later on. You won't quite believe that. You won't face the fact that roads can kill. And that when they do, you won't face the fact failing to make them safe. You share the guilt of murder.
Okay.
Your motive?
Some of these are pretty brutal.
Lack of concern. But you'll sleep soundly tonight. They've got nothing on you, no matter how long the...
Like, someone actually spent money on making this. Yeah, absolutely. Like, and there's so many of these. I have a couple of ones as well that are like, where is it? There's one that is hilarious. Not sure if it's in here. I think it should be, but I don't see it. There was one that was absolutely hilarious about, oh, here. A serious look at chainsaw safety, featuring Chainsaw Charlie. I'm not kidding. If you want to have some fun, watch Oregon Presents, a serious look at chainsaw safety, featuring Chainsaw Charlie. You're gonna have a fucking laugh. Preferably watch it when you're really high as a kite. No, absolutely. Oregon Presents, featuring Chainsaw Charlie. That one is absolutely weird. It even pops up if I just search Chainsaw C. It just comes up. I'm not gonna play it on stream because there's some scenes with some bloody cuts and shit. It's about chainsaw safety and people messing up and cutting their hand off accidentally and shit. But it's absolutely hilarious if you watch it. It's like, it's so fake that it actually becomes funny. And Chainsaw Charlie is the one that is basically the one that does everything wrong. So, yeah, if you want to have some fun and want to have a laugh, you've got nothing to do, check it out. There's more like that. There's also ones a lot about railroad safety, like how to decouple wagons on the railway and shit, how to get off a wagon on the railway for like railway workers. Those are absolutely hilarious as well. And I'm 100% certain that the guys from Noisia know about this channel as well, or at least know about one video on that channel, because there's also one. What was it called? I believe Shaking Hands with Danger. And that name, that might actually ring a bell with you. Shaking Hands with Danger. Yeah, that one is from 1980. And there's a vocal in there that is literally the vocal from a Noisia track. You're Shaking Hands with Danger. That one. Have you watched Metal Tornado? No? What's that? Is that another one like that? It's absolutely funny because there's such a goldmine for vocals. Metal Tornado? Oh, it's just a movie. No, I haven't seen it. Movie from 2011.
Frequent intervals. Frequent intervals. Bobby's done at least 100 times. Now it's so the pin won't slide in. There's no stick or swab in the grease can, but he could surely find one if he took the time to search around. Accidents. Improper blocking and power in machine.
That one had a... I'm not sure where the vocal is, but...
He could have stopped it. Operator to... Engine off. Bucket grab. Grab irons. Safe work platform. The operator has complained that the scraper is...
But you might recognize the voice. It's the exact same voice as that Noisia tune.
Harry Pulls only finish this job.
Maybe there's a comment. You're shaking hands with danger. Begins, fall. Incredible sound design. Guitar and the return of Three Finger Joe. Oh my god, I can only imagine what it's about. I know it's in this one. There's somewhere in that video there's a part that says you're shaking hands with danger. Obviously nobody is a Noisia fan in the comments here. I remember I was watching it and I found it and I was like, wait, what? Wait, what? I recognize that. The Shake Hands with Danger theme could have been a hit country song. Does that link us to the vocal part? No. But it's so funny when you come across a vocal and you're like, hey, I recognize that. It's probably somewhere at the start.
What have I seen you'll work on it?
Need a guy who ought to know. Shake hands with danger. Need a guy.
It's close, but it's not the one.
Machinery and not think of your own personal safety? Here. Shake hands with danger.
It's not the one. There's actually a part in there where the voiceover says you're shaking hands with danger.
Shake hands with danger.
But it's this video, I think. It's so funny. Oh yeah, of course. Like if you like drum and bass, you like Noisia, most likely. But that video is not full of drum and bass heads.
But you'll sleep soundly tonight. They've got nothing on you, no matter how long the killing goes on.
But it's literally such a good source for vocals, that whole channel.
It needn't bother you, and it won't.
And there's more channels like that. Because that Shaking Hands with Danger one is on a different channel, I think. Shaking Hands with Danger is on... Yeah, that's another channel like it. AV Geeks. That one has a ton of videos like this as well. A little bit more random, or maybe not random, but a little bit more like all kinds of stuff that is not necessarily all good. Like the one that Periscope film channel, basically they're all good. Like they're almost all good. This one has a lot of like also like found home video shit and all kinds of stuff like that. So this one is a little bit more of a search, but I think they have playlists as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah, see, so they have playlists for different types of things. So like NASA and space. I think there was one for safety stuff as well. Yeah, S for safety. So that's all the safety videos. There's a lot of good ones in there. So just 2 channels to check out if you need some vocals that have this old kind of sound to it. Because there's so many.
It needn't bother you, and it won't. Because the victims are just names to you, and you don't care about them. And you don't care about them.
I guess we should leave the first part in it then as well. That one.
How do I know? Because you're just like I was. I didn't care.
I guess we'll just keep that entire section.
I didn't care. It was no concern of mine. I never felt guilty until...
Like even some of those sounds, right? If you're looking for like some old sounds like that, they're filled with that. Like, if you need something like that for a tune, there's so many of those in these kind of videos. Those are pretty cool dark chords. Almost like that Godzilla theme kind of style. That old kind of sound. Oh, that's even more like it. That's a sample. That's a sample. Holy shit, I'm just gonna save that. Might just use that for something.
Yeah, that's me. That's why I can talk. My wife and daughter died on a bad road. I killed them.
Whoa.
You helped.
That one. I mean, after the other one, it's kind of fucked, but...
Yeah, that's me. That's why I can talk. My wife and daughter died on a bad road. I killed them. You helped. But what good's a confession now? It was a perfect crime.
So many good ones. Oh, we're at the end. Okay. Well, we've got a lot. Let's, there's one more here. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. This is a little bit time consuming, but bear with me. There we go. Grab all of these. And let's drag them over to session view, drop them on here, and drag them straight back. And now they're all right after each other. Handy way to cut out all the silence.
And that means the weapon, speed. The killer, possibly you. What makes it so deadly? But what determines how much is too much? And that means...
Okay, now we do want to try out that one real quick. Where's the trouble part? Trouble, trouble, trouble. It's a really short one.
Because the victims are just names. Trouble. Decent people don't like the sight of blood. Besides, it's too much trouble. Instead of fight, it's too much trouble. Besides, it's too much trouble. Sight of blood. Besides, it's too much trouble. Instead of trouble. trouble. Instead, trouble. Trouble. Trouble.
This one is a little bit weird, but let's see.
And that means trouble.
Which track had that kind of a vocal in it? There's a vocal in a tune, in a drum and bass tune, that says, and that means trouble. Which one is that? Can't remember the name.
And that means trouble.
I know that there's a track like that. Like we can also literally fill this up with the noise from a different section, so that we get.
And that means trouble.
Basically just fix it right there, so that we don't have to cut the noise out. Because it might be nice to leave that noise in there.
Means trouble. Means trouble. And that means trouble.
Which track is that? They might have just sampled it from this documentary, actually, or from this film.
Instead of fight, it's too much trouble, and you don't quite care. You won't face the fact you share the guilt of murder.
There was one more, I
Because
think.
the victims are just names to you, and you don't care about them. How do I know? Because you're just like...
Or wait, that was this one, I think.
You share the guilt of murder. You won't face the fact
Where is it?
too much trouble, and you don't quite care.
This one.
Trouble?
That one ends a little bit weird as well, on like a high note. So I'm not sure if this one is gonna work.
And that means trouble.
Trouble. It needs to go down. Like trouble.
Trouble. Trouble. Trouble. Trouble. Trouble. Trouble. Trouble.
Yeah, let's maybe use one of the other ones. Because this one is a bit weird. Let's see.
The weapon, speed. The killer, possibly you. What makes it so deadly? But
Damn, I need to piss again. Too much during the streams. It's only 30 minutes past midnight, so still plenty of time left. I'll be back in just a little bit. While I take a piss. One moment. And we're back. Okay, let's see. Which one are we going to use?
the weapon, speed. The killer, possibly you.
Let's quickly re-listen to the intro so that we can have a little bit of an idea of what that sounds like again. Like, it has a bit of a dark sound, so one of these could definitely work. And I'm gonna be bouncing all of those to single samples after the stream as well, because there's a ton of good ones in there that I might be able to use later. See, that's still... I downloaded all of these movies because I need to go through it, basically, and do the same thing for these, but I'm not gonna... You know, it's a little bit tiresome to do that. So I usually just do one at a time. I haven't really done them yet, so... I'm gonna probably go through a couple of the other ones as well at some point, and just do the same thing, because there's so many good ones that we can use in future streams as well.
The weapon, speed.
So that anytime I could maybe make it a community project. Yeah, exactly. We could do that on like on the Discord and make like and have like anybody could just pick a random one and just cut the best vocals out of it, put them in a pack, and we'll just, I don't know, upload them or something, or make them available. Heck, we could even just put them in the Discord server. Just have like a whole channel dedicated with like vocal samples. Oh, that might be a good idea, actually. A dedicated vocal sample channel. We already have the sample preset share channel and the drums break channel. Why not make a vocal sample channel? Because everybody is always looking for vocal samples. Am I right? I know I am. I'll see. Maybe I'll set that up after the stream, or maybe tomorrow or something, because that might just be a really good thing to have in the Discord.
The weapon, speed.
I have more of these actually that I did like a while ago. Vocals, sampled one-shots. Yeah, here I have like ones from a Ronald Reagan speech, for instance.
And in that sentence, he told us the entire story. As for the piece, but they've been a little more explicit in the past.
Like ones like that. Also had other ones as well here. Not sure which folder they are. Sampled entire movies, no. YouTube sampled vocals. Ah, here we go. Here we have some more, like... Oh, these are not cut. I had a whole folder somewhere where I had more of these that I already cut up. So I'll see if I can find those, and I'll put them up in the Discord, because it should be somewhere in here. My old sample folder. Not sure where they are, but
There's no need to police or even forbid activities that no one is inclined to do.
see, I've got a lot of those kind of ones. I wouldn't even... Yeah, I guess that would be nice, having a searchable index. Yeah, that would be nice. I'm not gonna have any time to set something up like that, but if you feel obligated, then feel free. But yeah, I think just having a channel in the Discord would also be good. Like, just having a nice sort of like place where people can go and just find vocal samples. Not sure where I left those that I cut up back then. They're on some old hard drive, probably. I'll check. I'll go find them. There were a couple of ones that I already completely chopped up and just completely went through. Like, I'm not entirely sure which movies it was, but like old stuff. Vocals, hits, no. Organized, no. Well, whatever. I'm not gonna find them now. What's that downloader called that you use? The website you mean? It's called loader.to, I believe. But there's so many different options. Most of the time what I do is I'll just fire up Adobe Audition and just have it record straight like that. Or I'll open up one that I actually use these days, is pretty nice as well. It's just, it's called Rolling Sampler. It's actually a plugin, and it also comes as a separate standalone piece of software. It's by Mr. Bird or something like that. And it's called, basically just called a rolling sampler. So you just, if you have that here, for instance, it's just this. So it's just always running, even when your DAW is not playing. And when I play something now,
The weapon, speed. The killer,
it just
possibly
records it
you.
into a buffer.
What makes it so...
So if you run the standalone, it will also capture stuff from like YouTube. And then you can just do this and just whip when you find something cool and just drag it straight into your DAW. And there you go. So this is a really nice little little thing. Don't have to do any downloading or shit. You can just literally watch the video on YouTube, and as soon as you hear something, you just open this one. While it's in the background, you just bring it to the foreground, you just select the last part that sounded cool, and you just drag it in. So you don't even have to download them. Rolling Sampler by, what was it, Mr. Bird? I think the website was called birdsthings.com. Yeah. I'll drop that in the chat real quick. Because that one is also really handy for if you're doing resampling and you don't want to have to just have your DAW record. You can literally just basically just play while your DAW is not playing at all. You can just play on your MIDI controller and it will just record. So if I, for instance, now select this bass channel, which is already selected, if I just play it, you can see it will record that as well. So you can literally just use it for resampling and just twist knobs with your MIDI controller, whatever. Don't really care about, you know, recording everything, because it's always recording in the background. And it records up to like 2 minutes into your memory of your computer. And only when you select it and then drag it into your DAW, it saves that into a folder as an audio file. So it's not like cluttering up your hard drive with unneeded long samples that it records. It's basically just using your memory for it. So it's pretty good, actually. I think it's still in beta, but yeah, I got it and I was like, ah, that's actually pretty handy to have. Like, we could have used that for this, but I already had it as audio, so...
The weapon, what makes it so deadly? But what determines how much is...
Oh yeah, we were gonna listen to this first. We actually didn't make too much today, but that's because I ended up chopping vocals. How long did we spend on that? I think we lost a good amount of viewers during that, but whatever. Doesn't matter. We don't even need that long of a vocal, I think.
The weapon, speed. The killer, possibly you. What makes it so deadly? But what determines how much is too much?
People who leave during bits like that can go watch Bishu. I mean, Bishu is fine. He's cool. Like, his stuff is not necessarily the stuff that I would like to listen to, but I do enjoy his streams every now and then. I tune in every now and then, not too often, but some of them are interesting or pretty cool. But it's more, you know, it's a bit more jokey and funny and stuff like that than what I do, right? They are focused on results, not the process, I guess, but it's also more like, how do you say it? It's a lot of like, joking around and goofing around, which is fine, right? That there's a whole different side of music production YouTube like that. Like, look at Eliminate. He made it his whole fucking his whole persona basically, and it works, you know, for him. It works really well for him. So props to him for doing that. But that's not me, you know.
But what determines how much is too much? Determine.
I kind of think that could work. What determines how much is too much? It's a bit long, but
how much is too much? What determines how much is too much?
Probably gonna have better ones.
What makes it so dead? But what determines? The limit of safety drops, but still. The limit of safety drops, but still. Commit murder. Governs the deadliness of speed. Guided and controlled. Runs wild. Can kill. You've got no control over... Here's how. Murder. But the crime is yours. It's your fault. Even when... Here's how. Murder. Here's how. You've got no control over... Here's how. Murder. But the crime is yours. It's your fault. Even when you can see it's designed for death. Condemns so many to die. And this, too, will kill you. Unfortunately, it's only a dream. Decent people don't like this. Unfortunately, it's...
Got the no from which one?
Runs wild. Can kill. You've got no control over... Here's how. You've got no control over...
You got control? Is that what you mean? You got control murder.
You've got no control over... Here's how. Murder.
We can try.
Murder. You've got no... You've got control over... Control over... You've got control over... You've got control over... Control over... You've got control over murder. Control over murder. Control over murder. Murder.
I think that's also too long though.
You've got control over murder. You've got control over murder.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check. One moment. Give me a break. Give me a moment. I need to.
Can kill. You've got control over murder. Here's how. Murder's how. Here's how. Murder. Here's how. Murder. Here's how.
I do like that here's how, so let's bring that down here and see what we can do with that.
Here's how. Here's how. Here's how.
Like even those little... That little background sound in there could work.
Here's how.
No, maybe not, actually.
It's your... But the crime is yours. It's your fault. Even when you can see it's designed for death. Condemns so many to die. And this, too, will kill you. Unfortunately, it's only a dream. Decent people don't like the sight of blood. Unfortunately, it's only a dream. Decent people don't like the sight of blood. Besides, it's too much trouble. Instead of fight, it's too much trouble, and you don't quite care. You won't face the fact you share the guilt of murder. You share the guilt of murder.
That one does fit pretty well there. In terms of size.
You share the guilt of murder.
Oh. That actually works pretty well.
You share the guilt of murder. 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 You share the guilt of murder.
It'll work for now, at least. It'll work for now. I might do some more digging and see if I can find some other ones. But let's see if we can at least come up with a bit of a drop.
You share the guilt of murder. 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 You share the guilt of murder.
Yeah, I'll probably look around a little bit through some more of those videos because there's probably better ones that we can find. But let's see what kind of a drop is gonna work.
You share the guilt of murder.
That one kind of works, but
you share the guilt of murder.
I'm feeling maybe more something a little
You share the
stabby.
guilt of murder.
Yeah. We need something stabby. Something more... well, not stabby, but like sub. That sort of like does a little...
Share the guilt of murder.
And then one more on that first beat. Hear it without the sidechain.
Guilt of murder.
Yeah, then we need to go to that rhythm.
You share the guilt of
So that
murder.
it falls in line with the... Yeah, so that falls in line with the kick.
Share the guilt of murder.
That will work. Then we have to change the break a little. Then we can actually go back to what we had. So then we can just do what the break actually was. So we can just do this. We don't need that one. So like thinking if I like that.
Share the guilt of murder.
Obviously it needs to be a lot bigger. But I think that sort of like rhythm could work for the drop. And then we need to have some sort of like response thing after this. So right here. I'm hearing something that is probably gonna do similar thing as what that drone is doing in the intro. That wow, wow, that thing. But then have it like maybe with a reese or something. Okay, let's go in here and let's do that. Let's just copy this over here.
You share the guilt of murder.
Okay, let's see if we can do that response real quick. And obviously it needs processing, but we'll figure that out. Like a little... We are in E.
Guilt of murder. Guilt of murder. Guilt of murder.
little bit of movement, see what happens. Smash it through some distortion. Okay, let's do that, and then do, that's what we need, like a little hit at the low note and then going up to the high note. So let's make a legato, do that, and we just need a good patch for it, but this might work. Other thing we could try is having this one FM this one, so we can just pick something random. Maybe do one of the more analog ones.
You share the guilt of murder. You share the guilt of murder. Guilt of murder.
Let's take that sub oscillator out. And it's a car outside. I'm like, what the hell is that? Sounds like a weird trumpet, but it's somebody basically driving by with his car horn just pressed. It gets really weird with this one, so what I'm gonna try is... This one does really weird shit, so if we bring it up an octave, and then see if we should probably turn this more into like a mid-range thing, so this needs to open up more. Let's hear it without this one. And then if we bring this one back, it's gonna pitch it down an octave with this doom and this octavize thing. It's gonna create all kinds of weird... Look at that waveform. Some really weird shit. Could even use to control it, but not sure what that one is doing. Ah, now it's doing something. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing, but
You share the guilt of murder.
yo, Hadouken. You saw my stream and you wanted to join, but I was making my own track on Ableton and got way too distracted. I mean, it's fine. We spent like what, an hour chopping up vocal samples, so it's fine. I'm trying to make a start to a drop. Sounds pretty alright in mono, actually. So, let's group these two. What if we add a little bit of reverb to that mid-range layer now? get rid of all of these. Not using that. What's this? Not sure. Goodbye. He was at the Modus label night in Vienna last weekend for 3 hours. Camel Crooked. Nice. Back to Matthews. Have they recorded that show that you know? Because I would love to see it. If they have, then it should probably be on YouTube soon. But I know that some of the earlier ones that they did, they recorded as well. So it would be cool if they recorded it.
You share the guilt of murder.
Definitely not. Okay. Yeah, I think it was no, they had a couple ones that they did, but they did the UKF one, right? During the pandemic. I think that's the one that I was thinking of. They did the one, was an amazing set, by the way. The one they did a couple of ones. The one at the top of the Mont Blanc. Still upset that there's no full recording of the Red Bull Symphonic? Yeah, I know. That would have been sick. But yeah, they did a couple of ones back then. A couple of cool ones. Might be too much, having that continue in the drop, but let's see.
You share the guilt of murder.
Yeah, that's gonna be too much. I'm gonna replace the vocal at some point, but this one works for now. I just want to get a good drop going. I'm not sure if we're gonna 1:16 a.m. We spent too much time chopping vocals. Maybe I'll stream again later this weekend if I feel like it. The Modus night ended with Ciantelo VIP. Oh, nice. I didn't even know that they did a VIP. The original is amazing, so I do like the which one was it? The one they did. The other what was that one called? It was also like one with a Spanish Latin kind of yeah, what was that one called? Hear it, I'm like, oh yeah. That one. Oh yeah, Aguila del Monte or something like that. I think that the track name was maybe different, but I'm not sure. That one was sick as well. Matthews also has a VIP of the Sirens with a Rebel symphonic style orchestral intro and a brand new drop. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen it, so I haven't seen any of that show, so I haven't heard any of that. I mean, they're gonna come out probably at some point, so. yeah, I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight, even though we haven't made too much. Do some sound design tomorrow and see if I can come up with something for a drop for this. Then, if I do come up with something, then I won't completely work it out, but I'll wait for another stream and then do that on stream. But I'll see if I can find at least like a good start. Yeah, a little bit slow today, but that's fine. I'm also so like in the midst of some shit. You know, nothing bad, but I basically quit weed like what 5 days ago. Been dealing with that, but it's fine. I'm doing good. So just the sleeps at night are a little bit fucked. But yeah. It's going good though so far. Not too many issues. Like I said, during the day it's pretty fine. Had a couple of moments when I did crave, but I just grabbed my vape and then just go do what I was doing, and it actually worked pretty well so far. It's just that the nights really suck. Like last night I woke up like sweating my balls off. I was like, holy shit, what the hell did I dream about? I didn't even remember, but I was like, damn, sweating like crazy. But other than that, it's pretty good. So let's see if I can keep it up. Because I do kind of want to, quit for a bit. During the pandemic, things got a bit out of hand, if you get what I mean. Coping with everything. And after the pandemic, I never really cut back. So it was time to do that. But yeah, so far it's going good. So no cigarettes either. So that's good too. Let's see if I can finally kick that one as well. That would be really great, because I do every now and then still kind of go back to cigarettes, and I really want to get off of that. So kind of just trying both at once at the moment. So hopefully that keeps going good. I think it will. Yeah, okay, cool. I think I'll call it quits then. Maybe I'll see you guys later this weekend. Think I have to work this weekend, so I could stream maybe on Sunday if I feel like it, or tomorrow evening if I come up with something. But I'll let you know on Discord, so join the Discord if you haven't yet. Wait, what? Did I close my... I think I closed my YouTube streaming dashboard. Any final things to say? Any final questions? If you want to support me, by the way, you can support me on Patreon and grab a lot of samples. I am currently working on a snare drum sample pack, which I will be posting a bunch of on Patreon. Probably not the entire pack. I think the pack is going to be quite big, so it's probably going to come out on Black Octopus Sound when it's done. But I will be selecting a bunch of the samples for Patreon as well. So those are going to be on Patreon probably. Not sure when. I'm still working on the pack, and it's probably going to take a bit because, I want to make quite a bit of samples for it. And I currently have about 100 snare drums made, something like that. So I'm kind of looking at doing like at least 200, and then I think kicks as well, and then some other stuff. So I think I'm gonna just do like, because back in the day I did a couple of drum sample packs, if you guys remember that. Not sure if you do, but if you do, then you know which ones I'm talking about. And I kind of want to do like a better updated version of that with like newer better sounding drums and just basically make like a, I guess like a drum and bass drum sample pack that's just like full of good sounding drums and like one shots, loops as well. See if I can do like a full pack. I think that would be good. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. And the Pigments pack is almost done. I'm currently waiting for the artwork, and I'm so like doing the final little tweaks and touch-ups on the audio demo and the patches. And as soon as I get the artwork, I'll send the preset pack for Pigments over to Black Octopus Sound as well. So that will hopefully come out soon. Yeah, I'll be in the Discord after the stream. So if you want to come hang out, then join the Discord. Link is in the description below the stream or in the chat. And yeah, I'll see you guys again then. I think either tomorrow or on Sunday. And yeah, I guess have a good night. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.
You share the guilt of murder.